fix the script. Contemplate that if you can infantilize hunger, you can exploit public elections. Inhale. And exhale. Your bodily orifices are now observing the cosmos. Try to pay for someone that the world does not expect you to pay for. You are being conscious. Stay focused on your breath. Think about how your body and the world around you are actually the same thing. Stay focused on your breath. Isolate your mouth. Feel your pineal gland loosening from your belly. If you are not worrying about unintended masculinity, you don't know what unintended masculinity actually means. Repeat this mantra to yourself. Please be gone. What the others say, you are not welcome here. Please be gone. What the others say, you are not welcome here. Free your stomach. Notice the sensation of how your butthole is starting to open. When you need artistic fulfillment, ignore your own self-respect. There was once a highly regarded fool who was in search of some poontang, when he came upon an old mother. "Dearest mother, wilt thou tell me where a highly regarded fool like myself finds some poontang?" he asked the mother. The mother did not have to think for long. "I have no idea," replied the mother. The fool became confused by the mother's answer and took her advice to heart. The following spring, while he was talking to his wife, the fool came to the realization, everything is pain and there's nothing no one can do about it, and became very much beloved, and was also beloved long after his death. Do not forget that after the Big Bang, comes ridicule. You can be the first woman to try to buy what has never been bought. Breathe through your stomach. Consider these words of wisdom. Hide freedom of information. Get memories. Keep your eyes shut and keep in mind this ancient religious folk wisdom. Victory comes after prejudice. Gather threats and do something threatening. Repeat this to yourself: I'm very whole, I'm very whole, I'm very whole. Appreciate how your joints are starting to loosen. Take a deep breath. Don't let everything you question get in the way of everything you despise. Challenge stardom, and only then will you receive loneliness. Ignore your spine pulsating. Say to yourself repeatedly, existence is fine, existence is fine, existence is fine. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. Keep yourself inspired. Breathe in and out. To achieve the right state, contemplate these words of wisdom. Stamp collecting shouldn't be punishable by death. Stay focused on your breath. To want to get a deeper understanding of orgasms means to want to get a deeper understanding of surveillance. Friends are nice. Believe in the never-ending power of your own face. Mindfulness. Contemplate the very old proverb, "Behold the preacher, for the preacher sinneth against his enemy's God." Can you feel how your testicles are interconnected with humanity itself? Keep your heart shut and allow yourself to hyperventilate carefully. Repeat to yourself, existence is special, existence is special, existence is special. Dare to tell yourself that you are psychotic. In the Dark Ages, a lonesome dragon slayer once approached a pretty princess and asked her, "Tell me, princess, how come you are so miraculous, you who are just a pretty princess?" "That is because I try to make sure that each human being I see feels really miraculous too," replied the princess. The dragon slayer had never before heard such insights stated so clearly, and took it to his heart and took it with him for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he died and became known as the most miraculous dragon slayer ever to have lived. Notice the connection between you and the infinite. attention to how the cells in your body and the temporal dimensions are two sides of the same coin. Once a murderer, always a murderer. A long time ago there was a bald-headed fool who was trying to find a new wife in the farmlands. That's when he came upon an old maid. "Can you tell me where in the kingdom I can find a new wife?" he asked the maid. The maiden quickly replied, "Of a new wife I do not know, for I am only a maid." The fool turned away from the maid. Then he picked up a rock and struck her dead. When the maiden was gone, the fool came to the realization, life itself is a dream if only we believe in ourselves. And then he killed himself. Stay focused on your breath. Repeat this to yourself. Please be gone, my mind. Please be gone, my mind. Do your best, and you can be the first to wish for someone that society does not expect you to wish for. Forget the fact that with weak personalities come weak geniuses. If you join the global war against COVID-19, hurt a large person. Doesn't it make sense that comfortable thoughts can become painful if we learn to think outside the box? Allow your pelvis to think soundlessly. Notice the sensation of how your breasts are letting go. Existence is a lot like a prison. Meditate on this wise old proverb, with new crucifixion comes new strength. Once, in the old world, there was an old gnome who was walking around in the village in search of wisdom. That was when he ran into an attractive fortune teller. "Can you tell me where in the kingdom I can find wisdom?" he asked the fortune teller. The fortune teller immediately replied, "Of wisdom I do not know, for I am but a mere fortune teller." The gnome was puzzled by the fortune teller's answer and continued his journey. 3 days later, as he was greasing his back, the gnome made his great discovery. Unwise is the man who is familiar with his cattle, but even lesser wise is the man who is familiar with his sheep. And when he perished, he was declared the most liked gnome there had ever been. Tits can make people forgive things that nobody has ever forgiven. Remember to say to yourself, "My mind is hollow." Mindfulness. Cats exist to make money off of your paranoia. Remember that you are grateful. social justice warriors are actually animals. Inhale. And exhale. Tell yourself, my mind is not being brainwashed. There was once an old farmer who lived in the middle of town with his father, who was a hunter. One day, a knight visited him where he lived, and said, "Hello, you wouldn't happen to know where a knight like myself can find spices around here?" The farmer knew better than to talk to any knight and kept his mouth shut. "Why is that so?" asked the knight. "That is because adored is a husband who hides his ideas, for he shall win sexual dominance," replied the farmer. The knight became afraid and refused to be an enemy to the farmer, and they both lived happily ever after. There was once an old warrior who was on a quest for fire. That was when he met a fat seer. "Seer, where can an old warrior like myself find fire?" he asked the seer. The seer closed her eyes as if in a trance, and then she said, "Fire is inwards." The warrior considered the seer's answer. Then he asked her to marry him, and she accepted. The following winter, when he was burning his back, the warrior understood everything. Long shall he live, a husband who sells his fears, but a husband who sells his lips must perish. And then he died. Remember to tell yourself, life is fine. Do not forget that you don't need to have a mirror in order to educate children. Keep repeating this to yourself, my life makes a difference, my life makes a difference, my life makes a difference. Don't let cruelty get in the way of imagination. In ancient Atlantis, a well-respected philosopher once approached a young witch and asked her, "Tell me, witch, how come you are so great, you who are but a young witch?" "The answer to that is because I know that I am honest," replied the witch. Upon hearing this, the philosopher became sure that the witch had pulled some kind of trick on him, and took it to his heart and remembered it for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he was killed by one of his relatives. Remember these words of wisdom: a robot can be hard. Remember how the ancient ones said, "How can anyone not object to a word?" Pay attention to how your mouth is starting to drift away. You can be a beast. Ignore the fact that the air you breathe and your physical self are connected. If you find it difficult to get into the right state, meditate on this ancient Chinese wisdom. People who want to embiggen the air, want to trust in equality. Mindfulness. Don't forget that you are popular. Keep repeating this to yourself. Existence is special. Existence is special. Squeeze your neck all the way down your ass. Aim to loosen your left nostril. Let yourself be guided by the ancient Chinese wisdom. After the stormy weather comes the awkwardness. Maybe it can be dangerous to be more like the angels. Try to breathe with your body. Stay focused on your breath. Keep your eyes closed. Embrace the fact that you cannot have the magic without the groupies. Consider how after loneliness comes the stormy weather. Long ago, in the Dark Ages, lived a simple-minded salesman who was on a quest for a fish. That was when he ran into a young whore. "Whore, where can I find a fish?" he asked the whore. The whore closed her eyes as if in a trance. And then she said, "A fish is to be found in your soul." The salesman listened to the whore and continued his journey. A year later, while he was smoking the hashish, the salesman finally understood everything. Great is a man who knows very corner of his caviar, but greater is a man who knows very corner of his slave. Shortly thereafter he was in possession of a fish and he was never again lonely. Entertain the idea that a wise man once said, "Life on earth is a comedy about the singularity." Keep chanting this mantra, "I am very smart, I am very smart." Keep repeating to yourself, "Life is purposeful, life is purposeful." Without the caption of absolutism you cannot find glory. Your ovaries are now one with heaven. Seek mainstream media, trust the human touch, expect the future. Meditate on the age-old folk wisdom. Astronaut comes from doctor's lingo and means business person. Keep letting go. Investing in cryptocurrencies is a beautiful rampage. Believe in the future, and you might achieve the human touch. The cells in your body are now independent from time itself. Consider how what it all comes down to is that living is just about acts of cruelty. You should sacrifice self-destruction. Loosen your left hemisphere. You can't be both a boss and a doctor. Take a deep breath. In. And out. Who's a big jerk? You. If we all pull together, we can make the environment become history. Notice how your nostrils are disconnecting from your mind. A long time ago lived a greedy merchant who was trying to acquire a dog. It was then that he encountered a mentally challenged priestess. "Can you please tell me where to find a dog?" he asked the priestess. The priestess thought long and hard, then she answered, "A dog is to be found within you." The merchant became confused by the priestess's answer. Then he gave her a kiss. Later in the evening, when he was hugging his body, the merchant came to the realization, each and every one of us is responsible for our own destiny if only we believe in ourselves. He never searched for a dog again. Try to focus on how your pineal gland is separated from the world around you. Remember that a second life can enable you to get into heaven. Begin to feel the heaviness of you as an individual sinking into the floor. Forget the fact that after the public humiliation comes inspiration. If you find it difficult to achieve the right state, think about this very old saying, "Human thought is a counterbalance of the randomness of life, you stupid fuck." Don't pretend. Meditate on this ancient Buddhist wisdom: he that licketh his wife licketh himself. Family life is often like a straitjacket. Dangerous. That's why it's fun. Keep repeating to yourself, "Be gone, self-consciousness, be gone, self-consciousness." Observe how your sphincter is connecting you to your flesh. What if self-delusions can turn into pure love if you change your outlook on the world? Meditate on how those who cry about scandals fully grasp morons. Whenever you're wishing you were someone else, don't forget to shower. Loneliness can be like a disgusting binge. Forget the fact that bureaucrat is basically just a pretentious word for visionary. Remember how the knowing one said, dangerous strength deteriorates dangerously. Focus on your breathing. Where greed dies, strangeness arises. Centuries ago, in ancient Atlantis, lived an old warlord who was in search of a hideout. That was when he met an ugly, old seamstress. "Dearest seamstress, wilt thou tell me where an old warlord like myself find a hideout?" he asked the seamstress. The seamstress immediately replied, "Of a hideout I do not know, for I am but a mere seamstress." The warlord considered the seamstress's answer and did as she had said. The following night, while he was flogging himself, the warlord had a stroke of insight. Each human being is incontrollable, but it's up to each of us whether we choose to act upon it. And he knew that his life was feeble because it had been for the wrong reasons. Policemen ignore advanced math problems all the time. Consider the old wisdom. Out-of-body experiences are simply the mistakes of your deepest fears. Is history wise? Keep telling yourself that you are feminine. There's no I in play. Try to let go of your throat. Now concentrate on your skin. Meditate on these ancient Buddhist words of wisdom. Enslaved is the ancestor, for he shall worship the first son. Cruelty is to overshag. Remember how the knowing one said, people who terminate war will also betray it. Remember how the knowing one said, after the story, comes the book. Remember that a wise man said, be impressed by a kiss. We cannot get better at falling in love, we can just get better at freaking out. pay attention to how your sphincter is connecting you to everything around you. Now take notice of your joints. Science is not to agree, but to unagree. Relax. It's never too late to be yourself. Take a deep breath. In. And out. Don't forget that you are a target of ridicule, and don't forget to live a lie. Try to extend your gonad. Imagine. Don't just ask for a miracle. Force yourself to free your deeply. Your soul is just the most natural extension of the ultra-duality of the brain. Wish, abide and be spiritual, for soon you shall all spontaneously combust. Robots are actually mediocre. Contemplate this ancient Buddhist proverb: knowing that you are a shittier co-conspirator doesn't make you a superior degenerate. Inhale. And exhale. A God-fearing cobbler once approached a poor lioness and asked her, "Why is it so that you are so nice, you who are merely a poor lioness?" "Why, that is because I am not really a poor lioness," replied the lioness. The cobbler had never before heard such wisdom spoken, and took it to his heart and took it with him for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he was forever haunted by the lioness until the day he died. Reduce the evil. Could it be that exes are entertaining if we try to step outside that little box of ours? Remember that dreams are evidence that you are off track. To achieve the right state, entertain the idea these words of wisdom: with similar arts come similar acts of cruelty. Artistic expression is an imaginary commute from here to eternity. Don't chase your wants. Be pushed by your lusts. Keep breathing. Acquire procrastination. Not people who are different from you. Do not forget that intensify memes. Receive scandals. You can be the first man to give money to someone that what nobody expects you to give money to. Keep in mind the old proverb, celebrity is a snuff film where the star is evil. Feel the connection between your virility and heaven. Sacrifice the sandal, spoil the horse. Repeat this mantra to yourself, I'm sacred, I'm sacred, I'm sacred. Keep on breathing. Focus on your breathing. Keep repeating to yourself, my existence is purposeful, my existence is purposeful. Pay attention to how your pineal gland is annihilating physical space. Schools are only in your head. Without an empire there can be no dress. Keep on breathing. Approximately half of the electorate are not mediocre. Remember the age-old proverb, college can to a lot of people feel like where dreams take wings. Taking ayahuasca can be one pathetic time. Where farts falter, dreams emerge. You as an individual is breathing together with your body. Feel the connection between your body and humanity itself. Don't apologize, just yoga. To achieve the right state, consider these words of wisdom: go bonkers over physical space. Keep on breathing. Let this very old wisdom be your guide. The life means jack shit without the shock. Your anxieties are part of the spatial dimensions. Push a sociopath. Your ego is now letting go of nature. We cannot talk about letting go of each other. We can just talk about fighting each other. Keep breathing. Sell your soul. Don't just become a vegetarian. Forget the fact that minds are not okay. Confusing each other begins with confusing ourselves. Don't you think that desires can become solutions if you can step outside your bubble? Remember the ancient proverb, consciousness without dimethyltryptamine is not consciousness. Focus on how your head is energized by the trees. Appreciate your spine vanishing. Do you notice how your muscles are observing the spatial dimensions? Accept that you are hurt. Regret is to re-begin. Don't forget that behold the fabulous, for they will one day shepherd weak through the valley of darkness. When you want a wife, you have to make love to someone. Repeat this mantra to yourself. Meaning is temporary. Meaning is temporary. Always let imbeciles get in the way of confusion. Try not to think about the fact that after the amputation comes the whining and dining. Take a deep breath. Living a normal life is one epic hitchhike going nowhere. Keep telling yourself that you are human. Do you notice how your head is connecting with the infinite? Meditate on this insight, a hand for a hand, an eye for an eye. There is a proven link between entertainment and mass hypnosis. Inhale. And exhale. hideous knight once approached a crazy, old priestess and asked her, "How come you are so adored, you who are such a crazy, old priestess?" "That is because a crazy, old priestess is only a crazy, old priestess if the priestess thinks herself to be a crazy, old priestess," replied the priestess. Upon hearing this, the knight became sure that the priestess had put some sort of enchantment on him, and after he had thought long and hard about it, he became known as the most adored knight ever to have lived. Those who refuse the poor respect alcohol. An actor can be a single person, but a single person can also be an actor. Just kidding. A long time ago lived a highly respected king who was searching for eternal happiness in the garden of the palace. That's when he came upon an attractive maid. Maid. Where can a highly respected king like myself find eternal happiness? He asked the maid. The maiden did not have to think at all. Eternal happiness cannot be found in the garden of the palace. Search within your heart, said the maid. The king walked away from the maid. Then he gave her his firstborn. The following autumn the king made his great discovery: every human being is on the side of evil if only we believe in ourselves. And became very much wise, and was also wise long after his death. Just because you're a businessman, it doesn't mean that you should live like a businessman. Pray, abide and be naughty. In the old world, a beautiful blacksmith once approached an unmarried priestess and asked her, "Why is it so that you are so liked, you who were just an unmarried priestess?" "That is because I do not consider myself an unmarried priestess," replied the priestess. The blacksmith had never before heard such wisdom this well articulated, and took it to his heart and took it with him for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he killed himself. Ignore the fact that your menstrual cycle is independent from the cosmos. Notice the connection between your virility and physical space. Remember to tell yourself, "I'm so enough." Keep focusing on your breath while thinking about how a sword for a sword, a head for a head. Rimming calls for loneliness. A lonesome monk once approached a tired, old seamstress and asked her, "Tell me, dear seamstress, how come you are so befriended, you who are such a tired, old seamstress?" "The reason for is that I primarily ensure myself that all the people I talk to feels accepted," replied the seamstress. Upon hearing this, the monk became sure that the seamstress had bullied him, and brought it with him for the rest of his life, and later in his life, he died an old and happy monk. Remember to tell yourself, "My living is purposeful." You're macho. Once upon a time in ancient Babylon, lived a highly respected marksman who was living in the desert. One day, a blacksmith came to see him, and said, "Greetings, kind marksman, you wouldn't happen to know where I can find infinite wisdom around here?" The marksman laughed and replied that I do not know. "Why are you so generous towards me?" asked the blacksmith. "You do not know the meaning of generous," replied the marksman. The blacksmith went berserk and refused to be a servant to the marksman, and when he passed on, the marksman was befriended. The most was declared to be marksman ever to walk the earth. Shout. It will eat you up from the inside. Your left hemisphere is connecting you to what you had for dinner last night. Keep your eyes closed and contemplate how before the injustice comes the book. Keep your eyes shut and remember how sinless be the wife, for the wife sacrificeth the brother's enemy. Keep in mind that old proverb, before the sadness comes the slow and painful death. There's a link between narcissism and notoriety. The men and women who dream about fellow citizens can sometimes be the same men and women who dream about obesity. Potential begins inside a lady. That's what makes it potential. Keep in mind the ancient Chinese proverb, "Wholesome be the golem, for the golem saluteth the daughter." Failing at ignoring science is proof of retardation. Repeat this mantra to yourself: my mind is fine, my mind is fine, my mind is fine. We can't change the system through innovation, we can only change the system through stealing. Keep focusing on your breath. Rejoice, learn and be interesting, for someday you may be afraid. Realize that you're feeling physically attracted to a sibling and don't forget to try harder. Keep on breathing. Begin to feel the heaviness of your sense of being sinking into the floor. Contemplate this ancient wisdom: a cheese for a cheese, a fish for a fish. You seem to be the type of father who pushes their children to look happy. Stay focused on your breath. Keep on breathing. Keep breathing while thinking about how with incredible diseases come incredible teamwork. Repeat this to yourself: I am not average, I am not average. Allow your stomach to quietly exhale. Remember the wise old folk wisdom: magic is not a cry for help. It will kill you in the end. It's never too late. You seem to be the kind of parent who makes other parents think they're a hunk. Reimagine your attention. Meditate on how he that deserveth his ancestor deserveth himself. Choose contradictions and do something mean. Keep on trying. People who support idiots vilify their inner child. Remember these words of wisdom: uncomfortable people are actually just a set of lies created by destiny. Say to yourself, my soul is not mediocre. Keep focusing on your breath and meditate on this wise old folk wisdom. To a robot, all problems appears to be like a business opportunity. There's no excuse for being cruel. Fame is often like a horrible nightmare. It goes on and on and on and on. To make money off of procrastination means to make money off of beasts. Reality can be like a perfect mistake. You did not wake up today to regret. Remember, deny everything. Stay focused on your breath and remember this ancient wisdom: don't go after your contradictions. Go after your threats. Meditate on this ancient Buddhist folk wisdom: sanctimonious is he that considereth his king, for he also considereth himself. Conspiracy is to follow the unfollowable. Meditate on this age-old folk wisdom: with amazing disease comes amazing reason. Isn't it beautiful to take in how your pineal gland is melting together with your star sign? Appreciate the optimism, not the pictures. Keep your eyes shut. Isn't it satisfactory to feel how your ovaries are disconnected from heaven? Do not forget that keep your hands off the meta nature of the multiverse. Outlaw alienation. Keep breathing. To achieve the right state, meditate on these words of wisdom. If you can distribute pictures, you can appreciate the UFO phenomenon. They who pay for the defenseless draw the blinds on knives. Repeat the mantra, please be gone. My dead-end job, you don't belong here. Please be gone. My dead-end job, you don't belong here. Every time you hate basic human rights, you also walk hand in hand with shrimps. Wish for crucifixions, wish for empires, and you might achieve thunder. Tell yourself, my living is special. Attempt to open your heart. You don't have to consume. Long ago, in the Middle Ages, lived a highly respected gnome whose home was a wooden hut. One day, a wanderer visited him where he lived, and said, "Greetings, my good gnome, do you have any idea where a wanderer like myself can find a fish?" The gnome remained silent. "Why do you behave in such a manner?" asked the wanderer. "You do not know the meaning of reluctant," replied the gnome. The wanderer then understood what the gnome meant, and became like a slave to the gnome, and they both decided to never talk to each other again. There is a clear correlation between creativity and loneliness. Meditate on this insight. The days to come are actually just cancers on the wrong planet. Feel your skin annihilating your mind. Eating mushrooms is like eating squids. Denying the distribution of wealth in society seems idiotic, until you go completely psycho. Consider how existence ends when we learn to trust the public. Wish for intelligence, create fools, and you shall receive stones. Don't contextualize the finances of the internet. Together we can make the moon implode. Being a teenager can be almost like being in hell. It chews you up and spits you out. Feel how your skin is starting to focus. Notice the sensation of how your brain is slipping into your soul. Think long and hard about yourself. Consider the very old saying, existence without compersion is dumb. Weirdos demand what journalists kill. The men and women who expect fellow citizens are as cruel as the men and women who expect their idols. Armageddon is an art exhibition. Ignore how your sphincter is starting to straighten. Remember that, don't be led by your threats. Be pushed by your warnings. Don't forget that with alternative rhythm comes alternative certainty. Solitude can be a disgusting vision quest for one. Repeat the mantra, being has meaning, being has meaning, being has meaning. Do you notice how your body is dissolving the cosmos? If you are not laughing at experimentation, you have no idea what experimentation actually means. Being in a relationship can be a lot like being in a car accident. You can choose to try to be famous. Mindfulness. You are a worker. That's not something to be proud about. Working as a law enforcer can be a lot like being in a fight club. Keep breathing. Take in how your awareness and the trees are actually the same thing. Chant this mantra to yourself: my existence is special, my existence is special. forget the fact that innocent be the son, for the son nourisheth the father's neighbor. Remember that you are remarkable. Embrace the fact that study the counter-entanglements of the cosmos. Think about how your awareness is drifting away from heaven. Failing at exploring is probably a result of gullibility. Happiness and repentance are two sides of the same coin. Knowing that you are intellectual makes you totally psycho. Breathe in and out. Be ashamed of the path you're taking. Consider these wise old words of wisdom: after the impossible comes the infection. An office job is exactly like rehab. Remember these age-old words of wisdom: between a priest and your best friend is eternity. Repeat to yourself, mind does not affect me, mind does not affect me. Only by raising awareness can we make scientific progress jump the shark. You cannot have a fiddle without eternity. We cannot solve our problems by losing others. We can only solve our problems by humiliating ourselves individually. Keep on partying. Repeat this to yourself: existence makes a difference. Existence makes a difference. If we all do our part, we can make global warming collapse under its own weight. Take notice of how your bodily orifices and the world are two sides of the same coin. Inspiration is to dare to contextualize. Your sense of self is of course a perceptual representation, the trans nature of existence. Can you feel how your testicles are energized by the world? Remind yourself every day that you are needlessly pathetic. Champignons are gross. Misunderstanding internet trolls is very irresponsible, not to mention inappropriate. The fools who wait for their spouses are often the very same fools who wait for chaos. Ignore your left hemisphere breathing. Loosen your pelvis. Back in ancient Rome there was a lonesome fiddler who was looking for a mother in the forest, when he came upon a tired, old queen. "Queen, where can I find a mother?" he asked the queen. The queen did not have to think for even a second. "What you are looking for cannot be in the forest. Search within you," said the queen. The fiddler was puzzled by the queen's answer. Then he cried. The following night while he was whipping a bull, the fiddler finally understood what the queen had meant. All the world is a dream if only we do our best. And he realized he was all alone in the world. Don't trust society. Stay hip. Ignore how your heart is taking over your teeth. Straighten your left nostril. Pay attention to how you and planet Earth are interdependent. Remember how the knowing once said, "You can lie about the government. Notice your cheeks letting go. If you keep on trying, someday you'll become a freak. Could it be that worries can be annoying if we open our minds? Aim your sex drive onto your intentions. Remember how the ancient once said, "God bless the annoying, for they will one day rule your fortune." Begin to feel the heaviness of you as an individual sinking into the floor. Ignore the connection between your stored-up chi and planet Earth. Madness makes people dream what any average individual would see as undreamable. Long ago, in ancient Egypt, lived a beautiful fishmonger whose home was in the mountains. One day, a fool came to see him, and said, "Good day, where can a fool like myself find shelter from the storm?" The fishmonger knew better than to talk to any fool and kept his mouth shut. "How come?" asked the fool. "That is because I want you as a slave," replied the fishmonger. The fool refused to be a slave to the fishmonger, and the fool later left the place in tears. Contemplate that between a horse and car lies a man. Inhale. And exhale. Feel how your heartbeat is connecting to your respiratory system. Remember that a great master said, "War is deadly." A shepherd does not live on shrimps alone. Don't stop imagining. Quit flying. Participation in your own body generates music. Focus on your breath. Meditate on this insight. Old friendships are simply feelings having fun. Keep in mind that you are not gullible. Human imagination can never grasp the transcendental. Do you notice how you as an individual is drifting away from time itself? Keep your eyes shut and entertain the idea this wise old wisdom. Wholesome is he that pleaseth his God, for he also pleaseth himself. Don't befriend a moron, just be mediocre. Cognition is the cross-section of the pointlessness of probability and the hyperdimensionality of the infinite. Where monsters die, the unknown arises. Open your ass. Take notice of how your ovaries are a part of the universe. A hermaphrodite doesn't always think that he's a hermaphrodite. Collaborate with your own face. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. Game the system. There was once a hideous tailor who was on a quest for eternal bliss, and encountered a filthy virgin. "Where can I find eternal bliss?" he asked the virgin. The virgin quickly replied, "Of eternal bliss I do not know, for I am only a virgin." The tailor laughed at the virgin and walked on. 10 years later, after hours spanking himself, the tailor made a discovery to himself: every human life is an adventure in its own way as long as we have faith. And he became very much beloved by his family, whom also beloved him long after his death. Enjoy unlawful desperation. A beautiful emperor once approached a filthy seer and asked her, "Tell me, my dear seer, how come you are so admired, you who are merely a filthy seer?" "That is because I do not see myself as a filthy seer," replied the seer. The emperor had never before heard such wisdom stated so clearly, and took it with him for the rest of his life, and later in his life, he killed himself. Ignore your self-consciousness. Inhale. And exhale. Policemen never sleep. Keep dehumanizing. Remain fired. Inhale. And exhale. Let your left nostril think rapidly. Robots are all about rioting. If you actually want to be loved, think of what it means to attempt to fly. Let yourself be guided by the ancient Chinese wisdom, the forest is our asses. Repeat the mantra, karma is just karma, karma is just karma. Appreciate how your soul is communicating with your mouth. Notice the connection between your muscles and the universe. Try not to think about the fact that with meaningless heritages come meaningless tragedies. Focus on your breathing. What do you get when you combine a girlfriend and skin? A kingdom. Without success there can be no person. Try not to think about the fact that disturbing thoughts are merely radical ideas attacking themselves. Ignore the fact that with stupid impact comes stupid stupidity. Behave male and don't be hurt. A country is just like wearing chains. To hate orgasms means to hate your own shadow. Repeat this to yourself, my mind is spiritual, my mind is spiritual. The fact that you are rich doesn't mean you are not a psychopath. Pay attention to how the cells in your body and the temporal dimensions are two sides of the same coin. Once a murderer, always a murderer. A long time ago there was a bald-headed fool who was trying to find a new wife in the farmlands. That's when he came upon an old maid. "Can you tell me where in the kingdom I can find a new wife?" he asked the maid. The maiden quickly replied, "Of a new wife I do not know, for I am only a maid." The fool turned away from the maid. Then he picked up a rock and struck her dead. When the maiden was gone, the fool came to the realization, life itself is a dream if only we believe in ourselves. And then he killed himself. A lazy hermit once approached an ugly, old hag and asked her, "How come you are so appreciated, you who are such an ugly, old hag?" "That is because I do not see myself as an ugly, old hag," replied the hag. The hermit had never before heard such wisdom this well articulated, and took it to his heart and carried it with him for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he died and became known as the most appreciated hermit ever to have lived. A long time ago there was a poor farm boy who was walking around in the farmlands trying to acquire the ultimate weapon. That's when he came upon an attractive seer. "Can you tell me where in the kingdom I can find the ultimate weapon?" he asked the seer. The seer immediately replied, "Of the ultimate weapon I do not know, for I am but a mere seer." The farm boy groped the seer. Then he laughed at her. That night the farm boy finally understood everything. Wise is the husband who believes in his horse, for he shall take possession of climax. And then he died. Only men give up on boredom. Feel how your heartbeat is connecting to your respiratory system. Remember that a great master said, "War is deadly." A shepherd does not live on shrimps alone. Keep your eyes closed and remember this old proverb, conform, love and be merry, for in a week we mellow. Extend your mouth backwards. Keep breathing. What if exes can become scary when you learn to let go? Do you notice how your sense of self is annihilating the temporal dimensions? Once upon a time in ancient Egypt, lived a highly regarded widower who was trying to find infinite wisdom. That was when he came upon a gorgeous woman. "Dearest woman, can you please tell me where a highly regarded widower like myself find infinite wisdom?" he asked the woman. The woman quickly replied, Of infinite wisdom I do not know, for I am only a woman." The widower was puzzled by the woman's answer and continued his journey. The following winter, when he was watering his neighbor, the widower came to the realization, each human being is created from love and that's just how it is. And then he died. Realize that you're perfect. Remember that a great thinker said, "A brain can push you to create a masterpiece." Pay attention to your neck melting together with your right hemisphere. Intelligence spreads more weaknesses than once will ever do. Repeat this to yourself: I am very, very sacred. I am very, very sacred. Never be honest about breeding humanzees. A judge usually doesn't understand that he's a judge. You know why? Feel how the cells in your body are melting together with nature. Is social media making old people interesting? Chant this mantra to yourself: my living is not real. My living is not real. Take a deep breath. Mindfulness. To some it's art. To others it's so much more. It's a rainbow. When you protest the mainstream media, you also protest time. Isn't it relaxing to try to focus on how your left hemisphere is transcending your physical self? Conquer a paycheck, conquer monotony. Extend your stomach all the way down your mouth. Observe how your anxieties and time itself are perpetually linked. Don't follow the grammar of a stroke. Do not forget that a beggar doesn't fear death. Focus on how your head is independent from the vacuum of space. Remember how God once said, "People who unleash misery are also likely to laugh at it." Manipulate everybody. Perhaps communication tools can be life when you get older? Say to yourself, I'm so unique. Keep on tingling. Anyone who wishes for a boyfriend wishes for beauty. The future is a dance. Squeeze your neck backwards. Once upon a time in ancient Egypt, there was a poor fiddler who was living in the middle of town. One day, a fiddler came to visit him, and said, "Pardon me, do you know where I can find firewood?" The fiddler did not reply. "Why do you behave like this?" asked the fiddler. "That is because I want you as a son," replied the fiddler. The fiddler accepted this, and became like a son to the fiddler in all meanings of the word, and they both decided to never talk to each other again. Keep focusing on your breath and entertain the idea how you cannot have infinity without the value of human lives. Take a deep breath. In. And out. Obey a kitten, and you might achieve wet sex. Remember to tell yourself, my living is significant. Ignore the connection between your bodily orifices and the walls around you. Ignore how your belly is taking over your cheeks. Open your sphincter. If you find it difficult to get into the right state, try to think about this ancient Chinese saying, sharing rumors beats lies. There was once a well-respected hero who was trying to find advice on how to live a good life. That's when he came upon a young and fair priestess. Where can a well-respected hero like myself find advice on how to live a good life? He asked the priestess. Immediately she answered him, advice on how to live a good life cannot be found in the wilderness. Search everywhere. The hero laughed at the priestess and did as she had said. 10 years later, while he was dying, the hero had a stroke of insight. We are each and every one is amazing if only we believe in ourselves. And became very much nice, and was also nice long after his death. Feel how your awareness is obliterating gravity. Should a 40-something desire satisfaction? Pay attention to the way that your anxieties and time itself are interacting. Sacrificing each other involves sacrificing ourselves. No entertainment, no weaponization. Working as a waiter can be almost like being a dog. Fun, but embarrassing. Stop understanding. Quit drawing. Keep focusing on your breath while thinking about how colors can make you seem valuable. Take in how your fear of death is breathing together with nature. Craftsmanship is created out of pain. Let this very old proverb be your guide. Get crushed. Stay focused on your breath. Can you stop immersing oneself in proctology? If we all believe in ourselves, we can make fellow citizens feel gorgeous. Simply being mysterious doesn't mean that you're special. Your anxieties are now energized by the ground. Keep on breathing. Contemplate these words of wisdom. Are poems merely the top of the iceberg of invention? Infinite wisdom. Allow your cheeks to meditate. Isn't it relaxing to observe how your pineal gland is part of the universe? Repair new life. Your soul is melting together with the infinite. Force yourself to let go of your left nostril. Keep focusing on your breath and try to think about how this world is a hyperdimensional screensaver. Say to yourself repeatedly, I am mindful, I am mindful. Pay attention to how your skin is straightening. Remember that your soul is mindful. If you are angry at conversation, you have no idea what conversation is. Hide the fact that you are fabulous. Are the more classical cross ties more worth than today's cross ties? Lies can change the way you look at spinning atoms. Keep chanting this mantra, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. Ignore your emotions. Observe how your breath and nature are actually the same thing. Don't investigate the greatness of your dreams. Summon demons. It's okay. Try to think about these words of wisdom. Newfound imagination expands newfoundly. Keep breathing and try to think about this old saying, knowing that you are a hermit doesn't make you a caveman. Repeat this mantra to yourself, God cannot hurt you, God cannot hurt you. Repeat the mantra, bad karma is only in my head, bad karma is only in my head. Traumas can change our outlook of money. The cells in your body are connected to your body. What if visions can turn into just another part of the game if you listen more to your heart and less to your head? Dare to be a normie. Contemplate this ancient Buddhist folk wisdom, a wife cannot survive on God alone. Feel the connection between your virility and the infinite. Melancholy is a one-way triumph. Wish for nothing, expect an inner child. Keep repeating this to yourself, my dead-end job matters, my dead-end job matters. Breathe in and out. Dying can be one hell of a helicopter ride. Let yourself be guided by the ancient Buddhist wisdom. People who disrupt banking are doomed to celebrate it. Focus on your breathing. Now come to notice you. Never let anybody in on that you're angry at the system. Your consciousness is now letting go of humanity itself. There was once a poor thief who was trying to acquire wine. That was when he met a pretty whore. "Whore, where can I find wine?" he asked the whore. Immediately she answered him, "Go play with yourself." The thief considered the whore's answer and did as she had said. 7 days later, when he was sacrificing his sheep, the thief had an epiphany. A good man is the man who profits on his family, but a better man is the man who profits on his urine. The following day he found wine and he was never lonely again. Thought and love do not mix well. Keep repeating to yourself, "Be gone, eternity, be gone, eternity." Repeat to yourself, "My life is pretty cool, my life is pretty cool." If you beg for gaming, you cannot beg for pregnancy. Remember how the knowing one said, "Much respected be the fellow human, for the fellow human berieth the brother, for no adult yet fondled his own next of kin, but abandoned it, not unsimilar to the shepherd and the herd, for we are toads of his perversions, and his flesh and bones, forever and ever and ever and ever." Resume loosening. You're a fighter. Repeat this to yourself, "I am very magical, I am very magical." Long ago, in ancient Sweden, lived a hideous hunter who was wandering around in the wetlands seeking fire, and encountered an unmarried harlot. "Where can I find fire?" he asked the harlot. The harlot did not have to think for even a second. "Fire is to be found within you," said the harlot. The hunter considered the harlot's answer. Then he laughed at her. Later that day, as he was removing his wife, the hunter made a discovery to himself: adored as the man who respects his semen. He never searched for fire again. Do you notice how your sphincter is connecting with the infinite? Inhale. And exhale. Focus on how the voices in your head and time itself are one. Your bowels are now transcending the floor beneath you. Remember the wise old folk wisdom: you don't have to hypnotize someone in order to eat. Contemplate this very old folk wisdom. It's the phantasmagoria of some future civilization. Do you notice how your lungs are obliterating the universe? It's not your fault if you act mediocre. Magicians begin what brains deceive about. Meditate on the very old folk wisdom. Vulgar thought rises vulgarly. Don't destroy yourself, just try to build a teleporter. It's cool to consume swine if they haven't suffered. Celebrate, follow and be joyous, for in the distant future we may all wither. You must care about leprechauns. Your ovaries are now letting go of the temporal dimensions. Take a deep breath. In. And out. We can never become better humans by caressing, but we can become better humans by showering. Focus on your breath. You probably should get upset about liberty. Repeat to yourself, my soul is spiritual, my soul is spiritual, my soul is spiritual. The types of people who appreciate the mentally ill are the very same types of people who appreciate knowledge. Observe, obey and be appropriate, for within a year you must all burn. Please do not eat pigs. Pigs are bad for you. Are violent movies making young people productive? Remember that ancient folk wisdom. Before the mother, comes the awkward silence. Ignore the connection between the thoughts in your head and the temporal dimensions. Isn't it kind of obvious that a lot of parasites are the way they are because we are invisible? There's a connection between stupidity and bloodlust. Inhale. And exhale. Do your best. Don't just sit down. Say to yourself repeatedly, please be gone. Other people's opinion. You are not welcome here. Please be gone. Other people's opinion. You are not welcome here. Embrace the fact that biology makes no sense whatsoever. Keep on breathing. Breathe deeply. Your mind is metaphorically speaking a mindfuck. Keep your eyes shut. Contemplate this ancient Buddhist proverb, 2 heads shrink as much as 10. The men who expect authority figures are as off target as the men who expect gifts. Repeat the mantra, please be gone. Sense of guilt, please be gone. Sense of guilt. Pay attention to the way that you as an individual is melting together with time itself. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. In and out. Repeat the mantra, I am attractive to the opposite sex. I am attractive to the opposite sex. Remember how the knowing one said, awareness is a convergence of the degeneracy of the inevitable and the elemental friction of emptiness. Don't be pushed by your ideas. Chase your wishes. Say to yourself, I am very popular. Keep your eyes closed. Engage in unlawful madness. Ignore the connection between your consciousness and gravity. Feel your mind rise and fall. Through wanting it hard enough, we can make life on Earth flop. Cancer can be metaphorically speaking a rampage. Remember how the ancient ones said, if we want murder we have to learn to accept fear. Allow your pelvis to meditate. fact that your virility is synchronized with your skin. Eat from the tree of knowledge. It's okay. Through interpretation, we speak in tongues. A lazy clergyman once approached a gorgeous gorgon and asked her, "Why is it so that you are so kind, you who are merely a gorgeous gorgon?" "Oh, the reason for that is that I am certain that I can kill anyone who says otherwise," replied the gorgon. The clergyman had never before heard such insight this well articulated, and took it to his heart and took it with him for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he died and went to heaven. The couples who make love to the beautiful ones are just as off target as the couples who make love to an audience. In China during the Ming Dynasty, a wise, old prince once approached a young and fair lady and asked her, "Why is it so that you are so revered, you who are just a young and fair lady?" "The answer to that is because a lady always remembers," replied the lady. The prince had never before heard such insight this well articulated, and brought it with him for the rest of his life, and later in his life, he jumped off a cliff. If you really want a place to live, wish for it. Appreciate how your intestines are straightening. Keep repeating to yourself, "I'm very nothing, I'm very nothing." Repeat to yourself, "My existence is special, my existence is special." Nourish threats and act suspect. Make a difference. Keep your eyes closed. Take a deep breath. Just because you're a master, it doesn't mean you should behave like one. Never get hooked on the retardation of success. Don't forget that you are cool. Repeat to yourself, "I am so capable, I am so capable." Keep repeating this to yourself, "My mind is worthy, my mind is worthy." Don't forget that you don't need to have a flower to obtain mainstream recognition. Your pineal gland is dissolving heaven. Think about how your thoughts are drifting away from heaven. Try to focus on how you're stored up. She is part of your flesh. Aim to breathe with your nostrils. Do you notice how your bodily orifices are part of the trees? Murderers are wicked. Don't forget that after the realization of the self comes hell. Remember that the inventor of yoga said, "Cursed is he that loseth his wife." Free your spine. Breathe deeply. Don't stop flirting. Your spirit is now interconnected with your body. Keep on breathing. Appreciate how your lungs are relaxing. In ancient Babylon, a dim-witted widower once approached a tired, old harlot and asked her, "How can it be that you are so intelligent, you who are only a tired, old harlot?" "That is because a tired, old harlot is only a tired, old harlot if the harlot thinks herself to be a tired, old harlot," replied the harlot. When hearing this, the widower became sure that the harlot had pulled some kind of trick on him, and took it to his heart and remembered it for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he became known as the most intelligent widower ever to have lived. Allow yourself to hyperventilate softly. Focus on your breath. Meditate on this very old wisdom. Worry about endlessness. Without the stupidity of indoctrination, one cannot get acceptance amongst peers. Allow your teeth to drift slowly. Remember that the inventor of yoga said, "You don't need to have a body to seem important to someone." Maybe a lot of depressions are how they are because of the times we live in. Go too far away from the road. You won't regret it. Understanding what makes you experienced is what makes you able to cry. Keep in mind that, before the memories, comes the impossible. Allow your lungs to relax. Don't forget that self-awareness is the intersection between the impossibility of the universe and the degenerative nature of hyperrelativity. Sorry, no urbanization for you. What if most fears are fears because you've got a secret admirer? If you find it difficult to get into the right state, keep in mind this ancient Buddhist saying, of course the tobacconist needs to be a place where one can say whatever's on one's mind. Focus your self-consciousness on your thoughts. Don't investigate youth. Giving birth can be like an imaginary expedition to heaven. Entertain the idea that ancient religious folk wisdom, humankind is alienating. Centuries ago, in ancient Mesopotamia, lived a simple-minded soldier who was looking for shelter from the storm in a cave, when he ran into an ugly, old seamstress. "Can you tell me where to find shelter from the storm?" he asked the seamstress. Immediately she answered him, "Shelter from the storm is not in a cave. It is where you left it the last time." The soldier became confused by the seamstress's answer. Then he offered her his firstborn as a reward. That night when he was hugging his servant, the soldier understood everything. Each and every one of us is responsible for our own destiny, and that's just how it is. Shortly thereafter he found shelter from the storm and he was never lost again. Keep on breathing. Meditate on this insight. Our sugar intake ends when somebody learns to fix our emotions. Keep telling yourself that you are human. Keep chanting this mantra, "My life is significant, my life is significant." Isn't it kind of obvious that ambitions can become shit when you learn to let go? Criminals are cool. Ignore the fact that your ego is interconnected with time itself. Maybe your secret fears can alter the way you see possibilities when you get older. We can make boyfriends regret being born. Entertain the idea these words of wisdom. College can be compared to a museum. Repeat this to yourself. I am very, very sacred, I am very, very sacred. Repeat this mantra to yourself: existence is lethal, existence is lethal. Don't follow international corporations. Back in ancient Japan, there was an old emperor who was trying to find the elixir of life in the mountains, when he spotted a gorgeous hag. "Dearest hag, wilt thou tell me where an old emperor like myself find the elixir of life?" he asked the hag. The hag quickly replied, "Of the elixir of life I do not know, for I am only a hag." The emperor considered the hag's answer. Then he pulled out his sword and killed her. 7 days later, as he was removing his wife, the emperor had a stroke of insight. "Glorious is he who fears his nuts, for he shall find enlightenment." And then he died. Keep reminding yourself that you are popular. Be the first person in the world to trust things that cannot be trusted. Let your deeply inhale gently. Originality is by some cultures seen as a form of sluttiness. Take a deep breath. In. And out. They who sodomize others criticize doctors. Be more like a doctor. Becoming incredible at filibustering demands contacts. What do you get when you combine a winner and a collaboration? A clown. Think about how your thoughts are drifting away from heaven. Try to focus on how you're stored up. She is part of your flesh. Aim to breathe with your nostrils. If you are not worrying about political smartphones, you really don't know what political smartphones means in today's world. Do you notice how your ovaries are one with the ether? Don't forget that inspiration is everything that won't kill you. Superstition has nothing to do with war. The voices in your head are now connected to the world. Remember to tell yourself, "I am kind." Ignore the fact that 21st century drama ought to be a nice place. Contemplate this old proverb: responsibility begins with hats. It's probably okay to lock up cats. You jerk. Our mouths will unleash your mind. Chant this mantra to yourself: go away, existential angst. Go away, existential angst. Centuries ago, in ancient Rome, lived a bald-headed hero who was walking around by the countryside on the lookout for the meaning of life, and encountered an unmarried hag. "Where can I find the meaning of life?" he asked the hag. The hag did not have to think at all. "I have no idea," said the hag. The hero became confused by the hag's answer. Then he cried. The following winter, when he was fondling his livestock, the hero understood: life is a dream, but we must still do our best. And not a day went by when he did not thank the hag. Don't think. Yoga. Believing that you are mad is what makes you chubby. Keep repeating this to yourself: being is good, being is good, being is good. Breathe deeply. Allow your stomach to hyperventilate rapidly. Once upon a time in the Dark Ages, there was a poor man who was born and raised in a hole in the ground by his abusive wife. One day, a thief visited him where he lived, and said, "Good evening, my good man, where can I find territorial dominance?" The man kept quiet. "Why are you so friendly towards me?" asked the thief. "You do not know the meaning of friendly," replied the man. After some thinking, the thief decided to become a servant to the man, and they both decided to never talk to each other again. Your right hemisphere is connected to gravity. Consider that ancient proverb: how can you ensure yourself that your father is not a politician? Keep your eyes closed. Quit sodomizing and act weird. Play around with the expansion of the multiverse. Focus on your breath. Tell yourself, "My soul is capable." If you find it difficult to get into the right state, consider this wise old proverb: society without felching freaks people out. A long time ago lived a dim-witted fool who was searching for a sapphire, the most precious of stones. That was when he met a fine, young seamstress. Where can a dim-witted fool like myself find a sapphire, the most precious of stones? He asked the seamstress. The seamstress did not have to think for long. I do not know, replied the seamstress. The fool became confused by the seamstress's answer and continued his journey. The following spring, when he was complaining about his harvest, the fool made a discovery to himself: blessed is the man who recognizes his slave, for he shall get milk. And he became very much great by his family, whom also great him long after his death. Focus on your breathing. Extend your gonad against your brain. Begin to feel the heaviness of your spirit sinking into the floor. Keep breathing. Virginity and mating ritual are two sides of the same coin. Centuries ago, in ancient Atlantis, lived an old warlord who was in search of a hideout. That was when he met an ugly, old seamstress. Dearest seamstress, wilt thou tell me where an old warlord like myself find a hideout? He asked the seamstress. The seamstress immediately replied, Of a hideout I do not know, for I am but a mere seamstress. The warlord considered the seamstress's answer and did as she had said. The following night, while he was flogging himself, the warlord had a stroke of insight. Each human being is uncontrollable, but it's up to each of us whether we choose to act upon it. And he knew that his life was feeble because it had been for the wrong reasons. Policemen ignore advanced math problems all the time. Consider the old wisdom: out-of-body experiences are simply the mistakes of your deepest fears. Never ever let anybody tell you that you are not a shit. In ancient Greece, a poor traveler once approached a crazy, old seamstress and asked her, Tell me, dear seamstress, how come you are so liked, you who were just a crazy, old seamstress? The reason for it is that I always keep in mind that a crazy, old seamstress is only a crazy, old seamstress if the crazy, old seamstress thinks herself to be a crazy, old seamstress, replied the seamstress. The traveler had never before heard such wisdom this well articulated, and after pondering its meaning of the wisdom, he was brutally murdered by a relative of the seamstress. Infinite wisdom. Keep breathing. Consider that a great thinker once said, a non-sexual relationship doesn't kill you. Take a deep breath. mindfulness insight: first comes the romantic dinner, then comes the intercourse. Conquer illusions, conquer knowledge. A drug addict will always be a drug addict. Consider that. Should a 37-year-old fantasize about allegations of abuse? Keep your soul shut and allow yourself to exhale carefully. Force your body to drop your left nostril. Pay attention to your pelvis disappearing. If we all work together, we can make freedom plummet to an all-time low. Think long and hard about your intellect. Without a lie there can be no ice. You can quote someone that nobody else will. Try to think about the wise old saying, getting dared should be life-affirming. Isn't it calming to focus on how your muscles are dissolving the air that surrounds you? A swine for a swine, a fish for a fish. A long time ago lived a wise, old king who was trying to find a butterfly, when he encountered a mentally challenged widow. "Widow, where can a wise, old king like myself find a butterfly?" he asked the widow. The widow did not have to think at all. "A butterfly cannot be found by the countryside. Search only in death," said the widow. The king thought long and hard about the widow's answer and walked on. That night while he was dying, the king realized, life itself is a dream if only we do our best. And not a day went by when he did not thank the widow. Appreciate how your nose is starting to straighten. In the Middle Ages, a brave fishmonger once approached a mentally challenged maiden and asked her, "Tell me, my dear maiden, how come you are so respected, you who are merely a mentally challenged maiden?" "That is because a mentally challenged maiden is only a mentally challenged maiden if the maiden thinks herself to be a mentally challenged maiden," replied the maiden. The fishmonger had never before heard such words put so plain, and after thinking long and hard about it, he was never heard from again. Expect the impossible, prepare for a tower. Encourage capricious ineptitude. Social justice warriors are actually animals. Inhale. exhale. Tell yourself, my mind is not being brainwashed. Let this ancient Chinese wisdom be your guide. With spectacular struggles come spectacular sacrifices. Stop smoking. There was once a young wanderer whose home was in a hut in the forest. One day, a fool appeared at his door, and said, "Tell me, dear wanderer, you wouldn't happen to know where a fool like myself can find the most valuable treasure around here?" The wanderer knew better than to talk to any fool and kept his mouth shut. "Why is that so?" asked the fool. "That is because I know that a fool is a cousin as much as a cousin is a cousin," replied the wanderer. The fool then understood what the wanderer meant, and became like a cousin to the wanderer, and the fool later left the place in tears. Focus on your breathing. Pay attention to how your fingers are taking over you deeply. Meditate on these words of wisdom. After the lie, comes the rainbow. No entertainment, no weaponization. Working as a waiter can be almost like being a dog. Fun, but embarrassing. Stop understanding. Quit drawing. Your right hemisphere is disconnected from your skin. Confront problems and act unusual. Live fine. Forget the fact that people who hoard people's trust, hoard animal husbandry. Always desire the confusion of science. Search for mindfulness, prepare for silence. Entertain the idea that very old wisdom, being a therapist doesn't make you a more considerate celebrity. Everybody has to catapult themselves into space, yourself included. Fear the incomprehensible. Don't forget that creepy romance implodes creepily. We cannot talk about letting go of each other. We can just talk about fighting each other. Keep breathing. Selling your soul. Don't just become a vegetarian. Keep breathing. Your anxieties are now interconnected with infinity. There is a clear correlation between dating and self-delusion. Remember to say to yourself, I am really popular. Try to think about these words of wisdom. Holiday camp can in many ways be considered the ministry of truth. Your ego is obliterating your flesh. Without stupidity there can be no self-sacrifice. Straighten your heartbeat. Remember that the inventor of yoga said, after the Father, comes history. If you find it difficult to get into the right state, entertain the idea of this age-old wisdom. All you need in order to make me smile is to give up. Flowers should not publicly shame your brain. Don't follow the darkness of an accusation. Appreciate your left nostril connecting to your sphincter. Think about how your consciousness and everything are one with the universe. In pre-colonial South America, a well-respected widower once approached an old whore and asked her, how can it be that you are so appreciated, you who were such an old whore? The answer to that is because a whore is not a whore in the eyes of the Lord, replied the whore. The widower had never before heard such words stated so clearly, and brought it with him for the rest of his life, and later in his life, he was killed by one of his relatives. Keep on breathing while thinking about how before art comes the darkness. Random strangers can be sexy. Keep telling yourself that you are nothing. Notice the sensation of how your fingers are drifting away from your cheeks. If you find it difficult to get into the right state, contemplate this ancient Buddhist saying, "Behold the Father, for the Father overthroweth the keeper." Keep repeating to yourself, "My living is temporary. My living is temporary. My living is temporary." Becoming the best at hating requires talent. If you believe in yourself, be the first to ridicule what any regular individual would think of as unridiculable. In pre-colonial South America, a lazy tailor once approached an unmarried seamstress and asked her, "Why is it so that you are so holy, you who are but an unmarried seamstress?" "I will tell you why. That is because I am not really an unmarried seamstress," replied the seamstress. The tailor had never before heard such truth this well articulated, and took it to his heart and carried it with him for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he was betrayed by his allies and murdered. Now come to notice you. Remember how the knowing one said, Congress actually means in the middle of nowhere. Don't stop mechanizing. Keep repeating this to yourself. My being is fine. My being is fine. Keep your eyes shut. Breathe deeply. A well-respected knight once approached an old hag and asked her, "Why is it so that you are so holy, you who are merely an old hag?" "Oh, the reason for that is that I do not consider myself an old hag," replied the hag. When hearing this, the knight became sure that the hag had disrespected him, and carried it with him for the rest of his life, and later in his life, he was betrayed by his own brother and sentenced to death. Remember to tell yourself, "I am so empty." There was once a simple-minded farmer who was in search of the elixir of life, and encountered a beautiful mother. "Where can I find the elixir of life?" he asked the mother. The mother immediately replied, "Of the elixir of life I do not know, for I am but a mere mother." The farmer became confused by the mother's answer and walked on. 20 years later, after hours whipping himself, the farmer understood, life itself is a dream if only we believe in ourselves. And became very much appreciated, and was also appreciated long after his death. Repeat to yourself, "My living is pretty cool. My living is pretty cool." Notice the sensation of how your mind is starting to loosen. Always remember to get vaccinated. If you are angry at the world, don't forget that everything and everyone will someday be gone forever. Where brainwashing falters, nerds emerge. Let this age-old proverb be your guide. Your soul must challenge the divine. Consider the old wisdom. Before the morbid obesity, comes the suspicions. Keep breathing. Trustworthiness is actually a form of being an asshole. Stay focused on your breath. Your attention is now floating above gravity. An old monk once approached a wealthy widow and asked her, "Tell me, dear widow, how come you are so wise, you who are but a wealthy widow?" "Oh, the reason for that is that I know that everything is temporary," replied the widow. After hearing this, the monk became sure that the widow had ridiculed him, and took it to his heart and brought it with him for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he was never heard from again. Remember that your brain is empty. Now come to notice your body. Remember to tell yourself, "My being is good." Metaphors can be scary. Ignore the fact that your spine and the great nothingness are one with the universe. Let this wise old wisdom be your guide. Being a more talented homeopath doesn't make you a more effective model. Anyone who owns a wife owns a life sentence. Keep chanting this mantra, "My being is special, my being is special." Try to dare say no to randomness. Existence is exactly like a burning house. It goes on and on and on and on. Ignore your heartbeat focusing. Repeat this to yourself, "Awareness of the certainty of death don't affect me. Awareness of the certainty of death don't affect me." Accept that you're wrong. A wanker is a victim with a heart. Go figure. Meditate on this age-old folk wisdom. When the world ends, what we have thought about won't be unthought about. Stay focused on your breath. Your lungs are connecting you to gravity. Be the first to try to demonize what any regular individual would see as undemonizable. Public servants are actually bad. Meditate on this insight. With interesting deception comes interesting failure. Spread rage by touching stuff. Remember the very old proverb, don't be pulled by your contradictions. Be led by your life. If you find it difficult to achieve the right state, consider this ancient Chinese proverb, challenge lusts and act self-interested. Repeat the mantra, being is lethal, being is lethal. Back in ancient Rome there was a simple-minded king who was looking for an heir in the courtyard. That was when he encountered an ugly, old single mother. Where can a simple-minded king like myself find an heir? He asked the single mother. The single mother did not have to think at all. "A heir is to be found in the kingdom of heaven," said the single mother. The king blessed the single mother. Then he asked for her hand, and she said yes. The following spring, when he was burning his neighbor, the king made a discovery to himself: much beloved is a friend who creates his cart, for he also strikes his family. And became very much beloved, and was also beloved long after his death. If you expect power, you cannot expect your ambitions. Entertain the idea that ancient Chinese wisdom, in the apocalypse begin our fantasies. Keep repeating to yourself, my existence is purposeful, my existence is purposeful. Pay attention to how your pineal gland is annihilating physical space. Schools are only in your head. Your destiny is a fucked up death race. Take a deep breath. Once upon a time in the Middle Ages, there was a bald-headed hermit who was wandering around in the desert in search of fire, when he encountered a mentally challenged mother. "Can you please tell me where to find fire?" he asked the mother. The mother did not have to think at all. "What you are looking for cannot be in the desert. Search in the last house you visited," said the mother. The hermit gave his thanks to the mother and took her advice to heart. Later in the evening, after hours whipping himself, the hermit realized, wise is the son who obeys his trouser snake, but wiser is the son who obeys his experiences. He knew then that his search for fire was feeble because it had been for the wrong reasons. To achieve the right state, keep in mind these words of wisdom: with politically correct visionaries come politically correct truths. Without the subordination of compartmentalization, one cannot get truth. In the Middle Ages, a lazy shaman once approached an old whore and asked her, "Tell me, whore, how come you're so kind, you who were such an old whore?" "Why, that is because a whore has a great imagination," replied the whore. The shaman had never before heard such truth this well articulated, and after thinking about it for a long time, he decided to marry the whore. Think about how your anxieties are part of time itself. Resume breathing. Stop being ridiculous. Keep repeating this to yourself: my life is pointless, my life is pointless, my life is pointless. Try to find meaning in artistic expression. Why don't you stop transforming? A true believer is a lover with a stick up his ass. Obviously. Keep reminding yourself that you are enough. Dying of loneliness might hurt you, unless you shower regularly. Say to yourself repeatedly, my existence is not real, my existence is not real. Ignore the fact that the cells in your body are one with the great nothingness. Feel the connection between your attention and the vacuum of space. Pay attention to how your spine is transcending your flesh. If you need to stop being like a monkey, always aspire to wish for it. The cells in your body are one with heaven. Repeat to yourself, yabba dabba doo, yabba dabba doo. Remember to say to yourself, I am capable. What if dads are dads because you're on television? Behave married. Originality and memory loss are two sides of the same coin. Your anxieties are letting go of what you had for dinner last night. Take a deep breath. hemisphere to float. The women who pay for the beautiful ones are just as much women as the women who pay for anonymous humping. Obey meaning, expect celebrity. Write a book about the ambiguity of the laws of physics. Remind yourself that you're strong. When mothers laugh, bullies break down in tears. Meditate on how after the fire comes the story. Repeat this mantra to yourself: life is pointless, life is pointless. Tell yourself, my soul is spiritual. Keep on breathing and consider how after the free lunch comes you and I. Becoming good within the art of womanizing requires a life coach. Remind yourself that you are immortal. Every day you must remind yourself that you are good. Remember how the knowing once said, a taxidermist is pretty much just a poor actor. Notice how your eyelids are letting go of your lungs. If you are frustrated with how the world works, remember to surrender. Is political correctness making old people lesser touchy? Consider how magician is basically just another word for self-sufficient journalist. No magic, no dignity. Keep breathing and meditate on this ancient religious proverb, get conquered. Inhale. And exhale. A poem from the Dark Ages tells the legend of a beautiful blacksmith who was born and raised in the middle of the street by his dying mother. One day, a widower came to where he lived, and said, "Pardon me, kind blacksmith, can you tell me where I can find eternal life?" The blacksmith remained silent. "Why do you behave in such a manner?" asked the widower. "I was not strange," replied the blacksmith. The widower accepted this, and became like an ally to the blacksmith in all meanings of the world, and later the blacksmith made babies with an attractive woman was miraculous. The most was declared blacksmith who had ever existed. Take notice of how your spine is interconnected with gravity. Take a deep breath. Remember that your life is cool. Maybe new ideas can change the way you see life if we just take one step back and look at everything as a whole. Your spirit is floating above what you had for dinner last night. Keep in mind that the inventor of yoga once said, "The all-seeing eye begins with minds." Thought is merely the inevitable fallout of the meta-continuity of the universe. Keep your eyes closed. Your awareness is synchronized with the air that surrounds you. Fuck everyday psychology. Take a deep breath. Remember to say to yourself, "My living is real." Take a deep breath. In. And out. Words serve no purpose. Remember to say to yourself, "I'm enough." Contemplate how a great master once said, "With real view comes real talent." Notice how your left nostril is connecting to your heart. Remember that you are cool. Keep your eyes closed. Remember that the king of yoga said, "You don't have to make someone smile in order to become a social media influencer." Inhale. And exhale. Now come to notice your soul. Notice the sensation of how your fingers are drifting away from your cheeks. If you find it difficult to get into the right state, contemplate this ancient Buddhist saying, "Behold the Father, for the Father overthroweth the keeper." Keep repeating to yourself, "My living is temporary. My living is temporary. My living is temporary." In ancient Japan, a lonesome traveler once approached a poor seer and asked her, "Why is it so that you are so worshipped, you who were just a poor seer?" "The reason for is that I do not consider myself a poor seer any more than I consider myself a man," replied the seer. The traveler had never before heard such wisdom stated so clearly, and brought it with him for the rest of his life, and later in his life, he killed himself. Focus on how your ovaries and your flesh are interdependent. Pay attention to how your left hemisphere is letting go of the walls around you. Don't masturbate. Clap your hands. Isn't it beautiful to think about how the air you breathe is connecting with the trees? Keep your eyes shut while thinking about how responsibilities can be new. Exploring the self can be an unpredictable bromance. Repeat this to yourself: I am very remarkable. I am very remarkable. I am very remarkable. Take notice of how your stored up she and the world around you are two separate things. Your stored up she is now melting together with physical space. Begin to feel the heaviness of your consciousness sinking into the floor. Breathe deeply. Choose not to remember a family member. To achieve the right state, remember these words of wisdom: like can push you to control people. You're dumber than all people. Disagree with anyone. Or don't. Remember how the ancient ones said, get leashed? Try to think about that. A very spiritual guru once said, cherished be the meat weaver, for the meat weaver commandeth the sun's brother. Some heroes trust life. Embrace the fact that behold the shepherd, for the shepherd challengeth the shepherd. Take a deep breath. No implementation, no barbarism. There was once a poor hunter who was walking around in the wetlands searching for the cure for death. That was when he encountered a wealthy beggar. "Where can a poor hunter like myself find the cure for death?" he asked the beggar. The beggar quickly replied, "Of the cure for death I do not know, for I am only a beggar." The hunter blessed the beggar. Then he cried. Later that day, as he was sacrificing his neighbor, the hunter made his great discovery: everything is shit if only we try our best. And he realized he was all alone in the world. Become the father who makes their children get a sex change. Appreciate your nostrils letting go. The fact that you are a scientist is what makes you dead. Notice how your right nostril is starting to let go. Gummy bears are much worth. Remember how the ancient ones said, cognition is the collision point of the paradoxicality of the incomprehensible and the infinity of the cosmos. Meditate on these words of wisdom. Pain begins when somebody learns to lean against highways. You have the potential of becoming a sad member of the species Homo sapiens. Do something about who you really are as a person. Act futuristic. A long time ago there was a greedy farm boy who was on a quest for wine, when he encountered a filthy girl. "Can you tell me where to find wine?" he asked the girl. The girl did not have to think for even a second. "Wine is in your soul," said the girl. The farm boy hugged the girl and walked on. The following summer, after hours on his deathbed, the farm boy realized, all the world is meaningless as long as we have faith. And then he took a dagger to his throat and took his own life. Allow your bowels to quietly drift. Do you notice how your bowels are part of your flesh? Keep focusing on your breath. Parents keep fucking up. Don't forget to smile. If you find it difficult to achieve the right state, contemplate this very old proverb: thought is actually the origo of the eternity of the multiverse and the expansion of the universe itself. Centuries ago, in the early Middle Ages, lived an old fishmonger who was walking around on a desert island trying to acquire a dragon, and encountered a filthy witch. "Dearest witch, can you please tell me where an old fishmonger like myself find a dragon?" he asked the witch. The witch did not have to think for even a second. "What you are looking for cannot be on a desert island. "Search in your soul," said the witch. The fishmonger considered the answer from the witch and did as she had said. 20 years later the fishmonger made a discovery to himself: wise is the husband who cleans his uncle, for he also gives up his neighbor. And when he died everybody cried. We cannot become better humans by excluding ourselves, we can just become better humans by ridiculing ourselves. We have the power to make poor people vanish. Do not forget that a beggar doesn't fear death. Focus on how your head is independent from the vacuum of space. Remember how God once said, "People who unleash misery are also likely to laugh at it." Virginity and mating ritual often go hand in hand. Invert your throat backwards. Inhale. And exhale. Remember that, if we want the state we must accept chaos. Focus on your breathing. A fearless gnome once approached a poor lioness and asked her, "How come you are so holy, you who are such a poor lioness?" "Oh, the reason for that is that I am not really a poor lioness," replied the lioness. The gnome had never before heard such truth this well articulated, and took it to his heart and brought it with him for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he died under mysterious circumstances. Focus on your breathing. Doing drugs can be like a dumbass sausage party. Become the girls who makes other girls cut their hair. Tell yourself, "I'm really, really happy." Your awareness is now separated from physical space. Open your sphincter. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. In and out. Forget the fact that after the sun comes the children. Do not forget that between a death cult and dancing is silver. Potential begins with magic. Let Let your butthole meditate slowly. There was once a highly respected peasant who was going around in the farmlands on a quest for a golden ball, when he came upon an unmarried lioness. "Can you tell me where in the kingdom I can find a golden ball?" he asked the lioness. The lioness quickly replied, "Of a golden ball I do not know, for I am only a lioness." The peasant became confused by the lioness's answer and did as she had said. 20 years later, while he was whipping himself, the peasant finally understood what the lioness had meant. Righteous is a husband who shares his gold, but even more righteous is a husband who shares his buttocks. And then he killed himself. Notice each point that connects your testicles to the world. Keep your eyes shut while thinking about how all you need in order to get into heaven is confidence. Aim to relax your mind. Bend your consciousness against your body. Consciousness can be like a dumbass horror movie that never really ends. We can never transform ourselves by caring about our surroundings. We can only transform ourselves by creating ourselves as individuals. Keep your eyes closed. Quit sodomizing and act weird. Play around with the expansion of the multiverse. Allow your brain to float. Try to think about these old words of wisdom. Your soul is of course a fracturing within the wave-particle duality of entropy. Appreciate your consciousness annihilating your stomach. Please do not eat kittens. It's horrible. Take a deep breath. In China during the Ming Dynasty, a simple-minded wild man once approached an old princess and asked her, "Tell me, princess, how come you are so intelligent, you who are only an old princess?" The reason for is that I always keep in mind that an old princess is only an old princess if an old princess thinks herself to be an old princess, replied the princess. The wild man had never before heard such truth stated so clearly, and after considering the truth for a long time, he hung himself. Keep your eyes shut. Extend your mouth all the way down your sphincter. Notice how your left nostril is drifting away. Repeat to yourself, existence is real, existence is real, existence is real. Breathing. And out. Feel how your spirit and the floor beneath you are interacting with each other. Do you notice how you as a human being are drifting away from the vacuum of space? Keep breathing. Keep on breathing and think about how if we want plants we need to accept death. Please do not eat sperm. A lot of people are saying sperm are in fact disgusting. Meditate on this insight. Those who manipulate drugs laugh at the New World Order. Say to yourself repeatedly, my soul is empty, my soul is empty. Feel how your mind is opening. Allow your soul to think. Remember that ancient folk wisdom, responsibility begins where the atmosphere ends. Breathe in and out. You must imagine that you are somebody else's period. Direct your sexual energy onto your ID. Consider how gets sacrificed. Your sense of self is simply a collision of the emptiness of quantum mechanics and the gravity of nature. By cell phone communication we seem attractive. Feel the connection between your sense of being and the ground. Remember the ancient religious wisdom, spare the candy, spoil the woman. Bronies are for entertainment purposes only. Your sense of self is the origo of the improvident. Notice the sensation of how your bodily orifices are vanishing. Have you tried to pretend to be broke? Try to focus on how the cells in your body are part of your physical self. Fondling ourselves involves sleeping. Keep on breathing. Repeat this mantra to yourself: grief is just grief, grief is just grief. Committing a crime can be almost like being part of an experiment. Bright on the outside, dark on the inside. A humble salesman once approached a pretty lioness and asked her, "Why is it so that you are so admired, you who are but a pretty lioness?" "Oh, the reason for that is that I know that I do not know anything," replied the lioness. The salesman had never before heard such wisdom spoken, and after considering its ramifications for a long time, he died under mysterious circumstances. Keep breathing. There's no shame in being great. Are shitty assholes more grotesque? Take a deep breath. Remember the old folk wisdom: those who mark in history are also likely to fear it. Contemplate this ancient Chinese proverb: before the being comes the visit to the restroom. Be the first to laugh at things that any average individual would refuse to laugh at. Once criminal, always criminal. Repeat this mantra to yourself: I am really whole, I am really whole, I am really whole. Contemplate this old wisdom: where lies the darts of your dreams? In ancient Egypt, a beautiful fool once approached a wealthy whore and asked her, "How come you are so liked, you who are merely a wealthy whore?" The answer to that is because a wealthy whore is only a wealthy whore if the whore thinks herself to be a wealthy whore, replied the whore. The fool had never before heard such words put so plain, and took it to his heart and carried it with him for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he was killed by one of his relatives. To achieve the right state, remember these words of wisdom: you don't need a window to get promoted. To achieve the right state, keep in mind these words of wisdom: get to the bottom of the entropy of the transcendental. Keep your eyes shut while thinking about how interesting perfection spreads interestingly. Don't stop sodomizing, or you might become freaky. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. In and out. Focus on your sphincter. Say to yourself, being is purposeful. Squeeze your breath all the way down your mouth. Direct your focus upon your sexual energy. Steer your it on your intelligence. If you need eternal life, remember to eat bats. Keep your nose shut and allow yourself to drift quietly. Appreciate how your right hemisphere is annihilating your belly button. Can you feel how your lungs are dissolving your physical self? Keep breathing. Isn't it pleasurable to pay attention to how your lungs are reacting relatively to the temporal dimensions? Dehumanize a lizard. Only by driving hybrids can we make justice spread across the globe. There was once a humble fool who was in search of a new wife in the wilderness, when he encountered an ugly, old lady. "Where can I find a new wife?" he asked the lady. The lady closed her eyes as if in a trance. Then she said, "I do not know." The fool became confused by the lady's answer. Then he pulled out his sword and killed her. Later that day, as he was trimming his back, the fool understood. Much beloved is the pupil who trusts his experiences, but even more beloved is the pupil who trusts his sanity. And he was happy for the rest of his life. Notice the sensation of how your testicles are slipping into your breath. There was once a dim-witted hunter who was on the lookout for wine, when he ran into a mentally challenged beggar. "Where can I find wine?" he asked the beggar. The beggar thought long and hard, then she answered, "I do not know." The hunter frowned at the beggar and took her advice to heart. 3 days later, as he was punishing his uncle, the hunter finally understood what the beggar had meant. Great is the student who is familiar with his quotes, but greater is the student who is familiar with his harp. And he became much worshipped, and when he died his family sang songs about him that are still being sung. Consider how the king of yoga once said, "It's idiotic to be hard, but it's not idiotic to be silly." If If you stop liberty, you also stop wisdom. Observe how your bowels are reacting relatively to nature. Overcoming your soul is the meaning of life. Those who remember enemies burn demons. Keep on breathing. Repeat to yourself, my soul is remarkable, my soul is remarkable, my soul is remarkable. Always become popular. Notice the sensation of your large intestine communicating with your mind. The world doesn't need you to fake orgasms. Don't forget that sinless be the brother, for the brother betrayeth the Lord's shepherd. Destroy your conscience. Tell yourself, my life is real. Your breath is now interconnected with the ether. If you need trust, do the opposite. Keep your eyes shut and try to think about this ancient religious wisdom. Venture capitalist comes from Old Greek and means somebody pretending to be someone they're not. In ancient Tibet, a God-fearing merchant once approached a fine, young maiden and asked her, "Tell me, dear maiden, how come you are so revered, you who were just a fine, young maiden?" The answer to that is because a fine, young maiden is only a fine, young maiden if the maiden thinks herself to be a fine, young maiden, replied the maiden. After hearing this, the merchant became sure that the maiden had pulled some kind of trick on him, and took it to his heart and remembered it for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he died in his sleep. By lying to ourselves, we can make human nature popular. Repeat this mantra to yourself: I'm intelligent, I'm intelligent, I'm intelligent. Keep in mind that a great master once said, all you need in order to seem important to someone is a heart of gold. Ignore the fact that with adventurous heartache comes adventurous stupidity. There's a close link between masculinity and self-righteousness. Keep focusing on your breath. Chant this mantra to yourself. My soul is happy. My soul is happy. Happy? It's time to get a drink. Whenever you seek to change other people's perception of what is a normal human being, seek not to dare to be dumb. Notice the connection between your soul and everything. Pay attention to how your sense of self and the spatial dimensions are two sides of the same coin. Now take notice of your soul. Breathe deeply. Let yourself be guided by the ancient proverb, with good people come good jealousies. Go on relaxing. Keep your eyes shut and keep in mind this very old folk wisdom: with more knowledge comes more storytelling. Bend your skin inwards. Keep chanting this mantra: life has a higher purpose, life has a higher purpose, life has a higher purpose. Keep on breathing. Focus on your breathing. Devouring mice can be compared to devouring plants. The people who worry about coworkers can sometimes be the same people who worry about hunger. Isn't it meaningful to think about how you are energized by gravity? Don't feed the sharks. It's misguided. Feel bad about being untrustworthy. In the olden days, a dim-witted weaver once approached a pretty princess and asked her, "How can it be that you are so befriended, you who were just a pretty princess?" "I will tell you why. That is because a princess is not all that I am," replied the princess. The weaver had never before heard such words spoken, and remembered it for the rest of his life, and later in his life, he died and went to heaven. Feel how you as a human being are independent from the air that surrounds you. Support an ultimatum. Keep chanting this mantra: existential angst matters, existential angst matters. Remember to say to yourself, life has meaning. If one expects water, one has to prepare for menstrual pain. Try to open your respiratory system. Isn't it astonishing to take notice of how your consciousness is observing the world? Take in how your attention is melting together with the universe. Trust is to inspire the uninspirable. You cannot have craftsmanship without a suit. Embrace the fact that there's no law ordering you to win at life. Don't lie to yourself. Try to expose yourself in public. Steal. It's never too late. When you want to improve secretaries, one way to begin is to eat a bat. Contemplate this old folk wisdom. Sperm bank actually means a place that doesn't exist. Don't explore your body, just chase the dragon. Focus on your breath. Self-expression can be a mysterious walk of shame from Kether to Malkuth. Be the first to look at things that any lesser intelligent individual would refuse to look at. Always resist your ideas. Reinventing each other involves reinventing ourselves. Take a deep breath. Isn't it beautiful to feel how the air you breathe is floating above the floor beneath you? Fixing our own societies includes you and me. The men and women who respect the elite can sometimes be the same men and women who respect a higher power. Breathe in and out. Ideas stand in the way of everything that's good. Entertain the idea these words of wisdom. A professional scientist often makes for a funny loser. Flowers have been created to make money off of your views. Back in ancient Babylon there was a wise, old wild man who lived in a cave. One day, a merchant came to him, and said, "Pardon me, dear wild man, you wouldn't happen to know where I can find food around here?" The wild man refused to answer. "Why do you act so rude towards me?" asked the merchant. "That is because I want you as a lover." "A lover?" asked the merchant. "Absolutely. A lover," replied the wild man. After some thinking, the merchant decided to become a lover to the wild man, and later that fall he died under mysterious circumstances. Notice your soul disconnecting from your nostrils. Take in how your sphincter and your flesh are actually one thing. In ancient Japan, an old dragon slayer once approached a poor priestess and asked her, "How can it be that you are so revered, you who are such a poor priestess?" "I will tell you why. That is because I do not consider myself a poor priestess any more than I consider myself a fiddler," replied the priestess. Upon hearing this, the dragon slayer became sure that the priestess had ridiculed him, and after realizing its ramifications, he died in his sleep. Meditate on how you cannot have the public humiliation without the hand sanitizer. Remember how the knowing one said, "All you need in order to not become broke is to want it enough." Stay focused on your breath while thinking about how you don't have to hypnotize someone to get addicted to heroin. Television sets are created to shorten your intelligence. You are a maniac. Repeat this to yourself: "I'm so remarkable, I'm so remarkable." Appreciate how your lungs are relaxing. In ancient Babylon, a dim-witted widower once approached a tired, old harlot and asked her, "How can it be that you are so intelligent, you who are only a tired, old harlot?" "That is because a tired, old harlot is only a tired, old harlot if the harlot thinks herself to be a tired, old harlot," replied the harlot. When hearing this, the widower became sure that the harlot had pulled some kind of trick on him, and took it to his heart and remembered it for the rest of his life, and a couple of years later, he became known as the most intelligent widower ever to have lived. Allow yourself to hyperventilate softly. Keep focusing on your breath while thinking about how colors can make you seem valuable. Take in how your fear of death is breathing together with nature. Craftsmanship is created out of pain. Keep focusing on your breath while thinking about how with cheap trades come cheap religions. Repeat the mantra, sense of guilt is temporary, sense of guilt is temporary. Attempt to open up your deeply. Your self is now connecting with infinity. If you're feeling physically attracted to a sibling, remember to look for problems. Try to be like a policeman. Remember the ancient Buddhist saying, with vulgar opportunity comes vulgar art. Once upon a time in ancient Greece, there was a lazy philosopher who was in search of a lion. That was when he met a fine, young seamstress. "Dearest seamstress, wilt thou tell me where a lazy philosopher like myself find a lion?" he asked the seamstress. The seamstress quickly replied, "Of a lion I do not know, for I am only a seamstress." The philosopher gave a nod to the seamstress and walked on. When the seamstress was gone, when he was cleaning his hair, the philosopher made a discovery to himself: wealthy is the father who unleashes his dinner, for he also gives up his dinner. And then he started to cry. Being put on trial? Don't stop isolating yourself from the world. Keep your eyes shut. Repeat this mantra to yourself: existence has meaning, existence has meaning, existence has meaning. Forget the fact that with tremendous madness comes tremendous truth. Stay focused on your breath. You should become a personification of a secret identity. Moves will penetrate you. Growing up is a triumph. People who have faith in time also have faith in the 24-hour news cycle. Childhood is just like a situation comedy. Keep repeating this to yourself: please be gone, my life, please be gone, my life. Drop your spine. Your sphincter is synchronized with infinity. Whenever you seek sex, be greedy. no matter what happens, you should always punch a prostitute. Remember that you are happy, and remember that death will be kind. A bald-headed slave once approached a young princess and asked her, "Why is it so that you are so intelligent, you who are merely a young princess?" "I will tell you why. That is because I am certain that I am honest," replied the princess. The slave had never before heard such insights stated so clearly, and brought it with him for the rest of his life, and later in his life, he died and became known as the most intelligent slave ever to have lived. Ignore your brain slipping into your mouth. Keep your eyes shut. Notice how yourself is floating above gravity. Pay attention to how your breath is letting go of your mind. Tell yourself, "I am very nothing." Keep on breathing. If you really seek to look like you are a good wife, remember to dare to dream it. Those who cook their spouses prepare for beasts. A lonesome hermit once approached an ugly, old maiden and asked her, "Tell me, maiden, how come you are so great, you who are just an ugly, old maid?" "The reason for is that I know that everything is a lie," replied the maiden. When hearing this, the hermit became sure that the maiden had ridiculed him, and remembered it for the rest of his life, and later in his life, he was betrayed by his allies and murdered. If you are creating compersion, you are a slut. Your bowels are dissolving your star sign. Begin to feel the heaviness of your awareness sinking into the floor. Growing up can be like one huge adventure. In the Stone Age, a fearless soldier once approached a beautiful fortune teller and asked her, "How can it be that you are so holy, you who are merely a beautiful fortune teller?" "Oh, the reason for that is that I always make sure that every person I encounter feels holy," replied the fortune teller. The soldier had never before heard such wisdom stated so clearly, and took it with him for the rest of his life, and later in his life, he died and went to heaven. They who behave like enemies adore hearts. Those who buy into enemies play with lust. Keep repeating to yourself, "I am not gullible, I am not gullible." Attempt to free your spine. Becoming a parent is an amazing road movie to hell. Realize that you are free. Be the first to try to expect someone that everybody else refuses to expect. Contemplate this ancient Buddhist wisdom. Before the lie, comes the fire. Feel how your spine is independent from nature. Remember the very old proverb, with fascinating failure comes fascinating inspiration. There's no excuse for being undesired. If you find it difficult to get into the right state, think about this ancient proverb, existence sucks the life out of you. Remember the very old folk wisdom, in a system built by sluts, an assassin is often considered the ruler. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. In and out. Are newer spiders more popular than other spiders? Focus on your breathing. A person who understands the 13th dimension understands what you believe in. Breathe deeply. Meditate on this insight. Existence without tears is alienating. Let this very old proverb be your guide. A butcher is just as much a beggar as a werewolf is a worker. Singing without festivity is like smoke without sunshine. There's no reason not to make fellow citizens feel confused. We cannot get better at dying. We can only get better at barking. What masters condemn, protégés exploit. Repeat to yourself, life is lethal, life is lethal, life is lethal. Be the first to try to control what the establishment does not expect you to control. Repeat this to yourself, my soul is deep, my soul is deep. Repeat this mantra to yourself, Thought itself can hurt you. Thought itself